shi. Dlala ngama shi. Are you ready? On your marks, get set. All right.
inhlanhla leyo, inhlanhla leyo, inhlanhla leyo, eso inhlanhla leyo. Inhlanhla leyo, inhlanhla leyo, inhlanhla leyo, ishutulelo, 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 ishutulelo. Kulumane nkosi Jesu, inhlanhla leyo, inhlanhla leyo, inhlanhla leyo, inhlanhla leyo, inhlanhla leyo. Thank Mommy. Today I'm doing things a little bit different. I'm going to hand over to this beautiful lady here to give us a prayer.
Go paratswane matlho tate modimo ramasedi ke go mema ka nako ke ena wena mmabaledi a lokileng tsana le rona gare ga yone tlase ke ena wena tate modimo a lokileng o tsamile re bula tsone dikelello go mamela tsotlhe tse di tlileng go rutwa gare ga tlase e o tsamile re fa le bone botlhale le yone tlhompho gare ga yone tlase tate modimo a go loka ya go mema ka nako ke ena tsamile o dula le rona gare ga yone tlase le re fa maatla bosolo motshegare ka nna le gona le maatla. Amen.
Thank you, ladies. I will hand over now to Ms. Linders. We haven't officially started yet because we are still struggling with the connections, but then we will start soon as possible.
Thank you, Ms. McCorney. You look stunning in your dress, my darling. Morning, ladies, again. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your being here today. Today is the last day of February 2025. February 2025 will never come again. It's the last day of February 2025. We will never ever see it again. So we need to really make the most of it. And the other positive of today is Friday. And Friday is normally associated with we are going to party and it's going to be like we're going to relax because it's the start of the weekend. But for me, Friday is actually it has a different meaning because in the Bible, Jesus was crucified on a Friday. So Friday is actually the day where Satan thought that it's over, it's done. He has victory. And hence for me, I act the way people act on a Friday, on a Sunday. Because Sunday is the day that everything changed. Because that's the day that Jesus was resurrected. And Satan's whole plan fell apart. So I just thought I wanted to share that with you. So I don't get excited about Friday. I get excited about Sunday. Because on Friday is the day where the world and Satan thought that things are over. But Sunday is the day that God showed Satan and the world that that was actually a good thing that happened on Friday. Because now things are actually way better than what it was on that Friday. So today I want to talk to you about the thought of the day for today is distraction is the greatest enemy of destiny. And why I say that is because people always think that failure is the opposite of success. and that if you are not successful, you are a failure. But actually, if you fail and you are distracted, you will continue to be a failure. But if you fail and you are focused, you can get up again and you can try again. So distraction is actually the opposite of success. And distraction is actually the thing that destroys your destiny. And when I talk about distraction, I'm not speaking about the issue of small things only, but big things. You know, we sometimes allow, like in the morning now, just now, this whole thing with the us not being able to connect because Mr. Madalani is on leave today, and he's the one that is responsible for the link. And unfortunately, there's now a challenge that we cannot get into the link to Teams. Now, for me, that was a distraction now, right now in the morning, because immediately it wanted to take away my joy. You know, immediately I wanted to focus on that and feel like this is now really going to spoil the whole day for me. But then I reminded myself of what I'm going to come and tell you. And I said to myself, no, let's see how we can resolve the situation, and let's not let that distraction become the reason why I don't achieve what I planned or set out for today. So for you, it might be something like where you planned to go for an interview, but then on the morning that you're supposed to go for the interview, you and your best friend has a huge argument, and you are extremely upset and angry. And then you say to yourself, I'm also not going to go to the interview because, you know, I don't want to see anybody now. So I'm just not going to go to the interview. So what you're doing there then is you are allowing that distraction to take away your destiny, because you will not go to the interview. You will maybe not get that job. You will maybe not change your entire life, because that job could have changed your life. You understand? And that argument was about something as simple as she didn't bring back the pair of shoes that she borrowed from you. You understand? So that's what I'm trying to explain when I talk about distraction. So you need to remain focused. You need to have a vision. You need to decide what it is that you want to do. Because remember, today, most of you, if not all, will be receiving that certificate. But that certificate is just a recognition of the fact that you completed the course. But if you don't have a vision that says to you, what am I going to do with the certificate? What is the certificate going to mean for me? One action. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to update my CV. I'm just making an example, because now I have an additional skill that I need to put on my CV. That's like your short-term vision. Your medium-term vision will be, I'm going to start looking and seeing if there's anywhere where they need people that has basic digital literacy skills, so that I can try and apply or try and go and volunteer there. And your long-term goal will be, I am going to do a advanced course in digital skills so that I can upskill myself. So that's now your vision. Eh? And then you put that now out there and you have your vision board now. But now, the distractions will come. You come home on Saturday, or you go back to the shelter on Saturday, the printer's not working. There's load shedding. The computer, you can't even begin to update your CV. Then you say to yourself, it's fine. I'm not then you leave that. You never update your CV because of a simple distraction. You understand? You don't say to yourself, my vision, I need to update my CV. So now the path that I wanted to take is not available. Where can I go? What else can I do? How can I get to? So basically what I'm trying to say to you is remember what your vision is and stay focused. Do not let distractions move you away from your destiny. I always say to the people that I work with, I always say to them that my motto in life is that I always remember the main objective, like what I want. You understand what I want? So if I want, for example, for this submission, for something to be approved at the department, ne? For us to do something, if that's what I want. But then it comes back and it's not approved now. Then I always say to them, let's ask again, let's go back again, because the only thing they can do is to say no again, or they can say yes. I'll give another example that's got nothing to do with work. If we go somewhere, if I go somewhere with my family and I get there and there's something on the menu, I want something like, I like salmon. I don't know if you know what salmon is. I know you guys call it salmon, but it's actually pronounced salmon. Now, I love salmon. So now I get to a seafood restaurant and they, for whatever reason, don't have salmon on the menu. Then I would say to someone, I'm just going to ask them. They can only say yes or no, because my vision is to have salmon. You understand? And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Don't let anything distract you from your vision, because distraction is the biggest enemy of your destiny. It's the biggest enemy to destroy your destiny. So please, when you leave here today, remember that the first thing I said to you on Monday is that every color in the rainbow matters. And today I'm telling you that don't let anything distract you from your vision, because you matter and you have a future. You have a future. So that's what I wanted to just do in terms of the thought for the day. So now what I'm going to do, because we're going to run out of time, we have to continue whether we have the link or not now. I'm going to do the presentation on the gender-based violence now, and I want all of you to please, I want you to focus now. I want you to re-engineer your mind now, because we are now going to be discussing the issue of why we are struggling with so much violence in our country. But before I do that, I'm going to ask Bongani or Nati to just come forward to give us an indication as to where we are at in terms of the certificates. Just so that sorry. Unarine. Unarin. It ends with an N. Unarin. So, with an E. So it's unarin. So, unarine. Okay, there's so many versions. So, no, say it again. Unarin. So, Unarin or Bongani must come forward, and please, it's such a nice name. It's a beautiful name, and I'm going to continue to try to say it properly. To come and just give us a update in terms of where we are with the certificates. So if they are having the names, if they can maybe call the names, and then you say present. Ne? You just say present if they call your name, so that we can see where we are with the certificates. Who's going to do that? one with the difficult name. What does your name mean, by the way? Oh, he's with us, yes. He's with us. Yeah, no, he is with us.
Good morning. How are you? Njabulile, ne? Wow, that's nice. Okay, before I can start, guys, can you all stand up? Just 1 second. 1 second. Okay, guys, I'm wondering pants in Kachele. Ane? So, something fun. We're going to do something fun today, ne? For 2 minutes, nyana, ne? So, I want you guys to follow my instruction. Ane? When I say chop banana, do you like banana, by the way? Eh? Eh? Oh, wow. Okay. If I say chop banana, you must say chop banana. And if I say shake banana, you shake banana. Okay, let's start. Chop banana. Chop banana. Eat banana. Eat banana. Shake banana. Shake banana. And shake nang rope. Nang rope. Okay, shake banana. Shake banana. Chop banana. Chop banana. Drink banana. Drink banana. Shake banana. Shake banana. Anya wong. Okay, guys, so I think we managed to get 49 certificates. Ne? How many of you didn't get a certificate yesterday? How many of you guys? Okay, it's 51 certificates. Anna? So if you didn't get a certificate, can you please raise your hand so that I can see? How many of you? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 7 people. 8. Okay, what's the challenge, you guys? Talk to me. Eh? Your phone. What's the challenge so that we can help fast, you know? What's the challenge, ma'am? You need a laptop. Okay. Let me grab the laptop. And then, what's the challenge? What's the challenge? You don't have a phone? Oh, the phone is not working well. Okay. And you, ma'am, what's the challenge? With the phone? Okay. So, askis. Okay, guys, so now I'm going to ngizofunda laba baqedile ne, and then if I read your name, just raise up your hand so that we can see that ukhona today ne. Okay. Valentine. Okay. Duduzile Kumalo. Yes. Yes. Okay, Valentine, where are you? Oh, wow. Ututuzile Kumalo. Happiness. Yeah, vele di bene le energy. Ukarabo. Matsiliso. Okay. Boniswa. Okay. Kolo. Okay. Wukiwe. Thank you. Simon. Sipokazi. Where's Sipokazi? Okay, thank you. Ufikile Kanyile. Okay. Utoko. Gillian. Oh, she's coming. Okay. Grace. Usisiwe. Ukon. Ufezile. Pumla. Liratu. Is. Ulivo. Levo. Levo. Ulevo. Okay. Betis. Betis. Is it Betis or Betis? Okay. Angelina Kumalo. Okay. Uriba. Oh, Primrose. Okay. Efia. Benz. Puleni. Okay, Puleni Nkala. Okay. Wasitsana. Talent. Manda. Ha, Petronel. Upalesa. Palesa. Upalesa. Arafik. Oh, Mamput. Okay. Jabulile Stembe. Smangele. Sikofaso. Okay, thank you. Vuisiwe. Is it Vuisiwe? Yes. Okay. Tolofelo. Present. Tuleleni Zulu. Hey. I love the energy. Tandinkosi Stole. Tandinkosi. Oh, hey. Come on. Shelly. Okay. Attendile. Okay. Telma. Okay. Solofele. Utolofelo khona? Sekhwele. Okay. Thuleleni Zulu. Sokuthi sende kayi-2. Yes. Okay. Nomfundo. Mfoki. Hey, Mfokofi. Okay, thank you. So guys, yes. Usende nini? Izolo. Okay guys, if you didn't hear your name, just stand up now. If awuzange igama lakho, you can stand up if you're done, please, so that we can assist. Ha! Yes.
Okay, ladies, what he's asking now is, can those that whose names were not called but that did get the certificate, that did send the certificate, can they stand up? If your name was not called but you did send your certificate, can you stand up? How many are there? How many are there? Do you have names as well?
Guys, we also have, just to add to those guys that Nati was just shouting now, we also have Nomfundo Fogofi. Is she present? And also Tandinkosi Stole. Okay, so your names were not on the list, right? Okay, we'll just we'll rectify that mistakes, because I think we got everyone's certificate yesterday. But if not, can you please, if you have a device, just sign in so that we can come and collect those.
Can I check those? Can you remain standing, please? I would suggest that what you can do is you can indicate where you send your certificate so that they can check. You understand? If we can just go around and then you just indicate, did you WhatsApp it to Bongani or to Unarine? Yeah. Can we do that? Can we just go around with the mic and so that they can know where did you send your certificate?
Mine, I send it to Unati as well as my sisters.
Sister. Oh, the two of you. Okay, so it's by him. Okay. Bongani, you can sit. Where's the other people that's standing? Because I can't see. So, okay. Where's the here?
I send it to Honorin.
Okay. Are you guys listening?
Honorini. Bongani.
Bongani.
Unarini.
Okay.
I sent it to Unati.
Are you sure now? You send it to Bongani. Okay. Okay.
It was emailed to Unarini.
Okay, Narini, okay. Emailed, ne? Okay. You must also check your emails, guys.
I sent it to Bongane.
I sent it to Naren.
Okay, to Unarini, she sent it to you. Did you WhatsApp or email? WhatsApp. On what? Oh, he took it from the USB. Okay. For both of you. Okay. All right. There's one there at the back.
I sent it to Bongani via WhatsApp.
Is that everyone? Wait. Oh, there. Okay. Ooh, let me go around before I lie on the floor. Here you go. But WhatsApp. Right, so there's a few that send it to the one that's with us, because really I don't want to deal with his name anymore. Where's another lady? This side. Okay. Oh, I thought
I sent it to Bongan via WhatsApp.
Okay, so for Bongani there's about five, and then for Unarini there's about 7 that said. So if you guys can check, please. And then there's someone that said they emailed, but the majority said they WhatsApp. So you can just you can sort that out whilst we do the presentation, and then when I'm done, then we can come back again and just see if we have everyone. Okay, but can we give them a digital clap, please, guys, ladies? They've done very well. A warm one, eh? Come on, come on. They are champions. Yes, thank you so much, gentlemen. Great work. I'm going to hand over to Ella now, because she's the actual program director. I was just standing in for her whilst, because we had another meeting in the morning that we were part of. I just wanted to say quickly, if any one of you know anyone that has a disability or that is disabled but is working in technology or likes technology, then you can also just come and let us know, because we're going to have a meeting on the 13th of March for people with disabilities in terms of technology, but it's only going to be online. So you can come and let us know so that we can send you the link as well.
Thank you, Petra. Good morning, everyone. How are you? I'm good, thanks. Congratulations. And for those who didn't make it, let's pray for the next time. If you are still interested, we are here. There are other people, there's still time, so we can try to accommodate you, but it's up to you. Remember, we cannot force you. So going forward, as Mayor Petronella said, they've opened this program today. We were engaged on the other meeting, and we apologize for that. When we commenced the program, we said the program is a 365 campaign, which emanating from the 16 days of violence against women and children. We are saying, as a Department of Communication, but we are harnessing technology and innovation to combat gender-based violence and accelerating gender-inclusive digital economy. I'm going to hand over to Ms. Petronella. She will be presenting the implementation of the strategic plan on the gender-based violence, and she will give us a purpose, and maybe she will align with the strategy, and she will report on the 3 pieces of legislation and touch a bit on care and protection. So I'm going to hand over to Ms. Linders, who will actually give us the insight of that. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Kekana. Thank you for contextualizing the presentation. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen that's in the room. I want to start my presentation by firstly saying to you that we are so thankful that we are in the month of love. February is the month of love, isn't it? Because Valentine's Day is in February. And love is supposed to be kind, patient, not keep a record, does not judge, does not get envy. Yes, that's love. Ne? Love protects, love helps, love supports. But unfortunately for us in South Africa and in the world as well, love has become confused, complex, uncomfortable, hurtful, painful, because of how men perceive women and girls. Because gender-based violence, in actual fact, is violence against women and girls. Because the majority of victims and survivors are still women and girls. Yes, research is starting to show that there are men that are also coming forward and indicating that they have also been abused, especially emotional abuse. That's what is mostly being reported in terms of men. And then sexual abuse, especially amongst the LGBTQI community, in terms of the gender, the men or men that are gay or that are bi or that are having a different sexual orientation. They have started to indicate that they are abused because of their sexual preference, and that obviously is also part of gender-based violence. But the majority of victims remains women and girls. So that's why today I'm going to speak to you about the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. I'm going to talk to you about the NSP on GBV. Can I get an indication in the room? How many of you knew about the NSP on GBV before you came here? How many of you knew that there is something like the NSP on GBV before you came here? Can you raise your hands? Before you came here, you knew that there's something called the NSP on GBV. Lizzie, can you help in terms of hands? I'm saying, how many of you were aware that we have a plan in the country that deals with combating gender-based violence, which is called the NSP on GBV? One. Only one person. Are you saying only one, Lizzie? So the rest, you were not aware that we have a national plan that talks to how we prevent and overcome gender-based violence. Is that what you're saying? Okay. So that is then very important, because that's the reason why we need to do awareness, because you are victims of gender-based violence. And you need to be aware of what government and society is doing to help to overcome the scourge, this situation that we have in our country. So for DCDT, there are 3 reasons why we got involved. Remember, we always need to look at the why of anything. And for us, the why is firstly because DCDT is a policy-making department. We are a department. Government has many departments, ne? As you know. You get education, you get social development, you get health, ne? And then you get us, DCDT. So we are a policy department. Education is a line function. They provide a service. They give schools. We write policy and legislation. So DCDT wrote a policy in 2017. We started to look at all our policies, and we started to say we need to look at how do we integrate what we do as a department, because we are responsible for technology, for TV, for radio, for postal services. We are the people that make sure that you have network, so please don't tell me we are not doing a good job, because we've had some issues here with network. But DCDT is the department that does the coverage. We are the department that gives you signal for TV. We are the department that provides you with access to radio, whether community or commercial radio. We are the department that gives you access to infrastructure for technology. So now you would ask yourself, so where does GBV fit in there? But what we realized when we were doing the research and the review of our policies is that the people that must benefit from all of these things that we are doing are either being murdered, so they are not able to benefit because they are no more, or they are being violated to the point where they are not able to even access an opportunity, or they are not interested because they feel that they are useless, they don't belong. And as a result, in that policy, we then looked at having a section, a part in the policy that talks about how do we ensure inclusion and making sure that we look at all people, women, youth, persons with disabilities, and children. And also, how do we manage the scourge of GBV? The second reason why we got involved is because in some time back, government, I don't know if you know this, and I'm going to try to be basic. Government developed a national plan for the country, a plan that we call the National Development Plan, that will help us to change our country, to take our country to a different level. And that plan also had a section that deals with how do we protect women and children. And the president even used an example, if you might remember, when he did his State of the Nation address, when he spoke about the National Development Plan, he used Thandi. He used Thandi as an example, not Thandi, our Thandi. He spoke about a Thandi, that if we don't do certain things, then Thandi will not be able to go to school. Thandi will not be able to have a job. Thandi will not be able to participate in the economy. Thandi will not be able to have fun and learn and be just a person, a woman, a girl. And he then also said, and if we don't manage this issue of GBV, Thandi might not even be here to enjoy the benefits. So again, the National Development Plan also has a section that talks about how do we ensure that our society, our women, our girls, us here in this room, benefits from what our country does. And that's the second reason why we got involved, because we are part of government. Then the third and last reason, and you learned a lot about this, is because in 2019, government released a report on the fourth industrial revolution, on how do we take South Africa from being an analog country to becoming a digital country. And in that report, there is also a recognition for the fact that we can put all these technologies in place. We can put all these opportunities in place. But if we do not deal with the social ills of the country, such as gender-based violence, we will not have people that can access those opportunities, that can take our country to that level of becoming a digital South Africa that is a global leader. So again, there's another report that you need to go and look at that talks to how we enable fourth industrial revolution to make it sure that you benefit from it. So that's the reason why we got involved. Now I'm going to talk to you about what is our response. So we then said, okay, we've got all of these, but where are we going to, what are we going to do? Which areas are we going to focus on as DCDT? Because we can't do everything. We can't be we can't do everything in terms of the NSP. We need to look at what is it that we will be contributing to. And we then said we will contribute to 3 objectives. The first one being the fact that we need to look at us having responding to the call from the president. Remember, all of this didn't just happen because somebody decided to. In 2018, and some of you might have been very young because there's a lot of young people here, but in 2018, women and girls marched to the union buildings and they said to the president, if he's not going to do something about the fact that every 3 hours in South Africa, a woman dies or she is brutally beaten or hurt by an intimate partner, by somebody that she knows, or a child is exposed to extreme domestic violence, if he's not going to do something about the fact that people are dying in our country, then they're going to shut down the entire country. So then the president called a summit in 2018 where he then said we need to look at a plan. And that's where the NSP on GBV came into life. That we need to have a plan for the entire country, not just for government, but for everybody, where we look at how do we overcome this? How do we prevent this? What can we do to enable us to overcome this? So I just want to ask, does anyone in this room remember that conference, and has any of you been part of that conference? The 2018 summit on GBV that the president called. Anyone that was there, that knows about it, that remembers it? No hand. Then in 2020, because 2 years later, something happened in 2020 where someone was murdered, brutally murdered, and then the country again said we need to review and look at what is going on in our country. Why is these things happening? So the president then called a second summit in 2020 where he specifically spoke to government now, and he told us that we need to prioritize GBV in everything that we do. We need to make sure that every program, every process, everything that we participate in or that we roll out ensures that we protect, that we prevent, and that we enable people to not be exposed to GBV, or those that has been exposed to be able to get out of the situation. And that conference in 2020 then led to the NSP on GBV being finalized, and we having a plan, and now we even have a council that is going to overlook and oversee how the country manages GBV. So for us as DCDT, our main focus is around looking at strengthening social partnership. It's looking at programs that focuses on men and boys, and it's looking at programs that support survivors and victims of GBV. You can move. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to talk to you about the actual plan now and what we have done in terms of each of the pillars of the plan. So the plan is called the NSP on GBV, and the plan has 6 pillars. It has 6 focus areas, or 6 areas that we need to work in. And the first one is around looking at accountability, leadership, and coordination. So here, it's about not just for government, but even for you in your organization. If you are in an organization, even in your home, you need to look at, is there somebody that's taking leadership that says, we will not allow GBV in our home, in our organization, in our community, in our country. The second part is that there should be a plan. You should have a plan, a target, a goal, a vision that says this is what we will do towards helping the government and helping the country to overcome GBV. And the third thing is you must have a team, a group of people that actually implements that target. That's what everybody, every government department must have that, and every organization must have that. And that is in what is on the board there is what DCDT has. We have a national target, we have a plan, and we have a unit that specifically looks at combating GBV. You can move. So the second pillar, and this is the most important one for me at least, is the one that deals with prevention. How do we prevent this from happening in the first place, as opposed to only dealing with it once it has happened? And in this pillar, every government department, every institution is expected to have campaigns, to have firstly to have a strategy around how they are going to, what they are going to do to prevent GBV. And then they must have certain programs and campaigns on how they're going to do that. Now for us as the department, the first thing that we have is we have firstly contributed to the national plan, the national strategy on having campaigns on overcoming GBV. So I don't know if you know the SABC. Do you know the SABC? So the SABC is part of the department. And the SABC is the one that is primarily responsible for doing the media campaigns, for giving you information about what is GBV, how to prevent GBV, where to find information. If you listen to any radio station on any given day, you will hear an advert. You will hear a discussion around GBV. On TV, they have programs that deals with GBV. So that is the contribution of the department. Other departments will have face-to-face campaigns where they would go out and they would be giving out pamphlets, or they would be having a campaign where they put something out where they give you information in terms of what their department can do for you. So that's what every department must do. And in our case, it's mostly the SABC that's responsible for that. Then inside the department, we have done a number of multimedia campaigns where we do on our Facebook, on our LinkedIn, on our YouTube, we would do campaigns around what GBV is, how do you overcome GBV through our state-owned companies, all our state-owned companies. And remember, we have 11 state-owned companies that report to government through our department. It's SABC is one, NAMISA is the other one that's doing the training here, CETA is the other one, and I want you to tell me what the others are when we ask questions. So you need to do research for me to tell me what's the other ones. Then the other thing that we did as DCDT is we created a program that deals with training children in schools to understand how to be safe online when they go onto their phones, to not give information about themselves, to not to speak to strangers, because online bullying, online trafficking of people, all of that starts with technology. So we have a program called the Child Online Protection Program, where we look at, and we also have a gender-based violence program where we work with SOS institutions for children, where we do awareness around GBV. And then the last one that we did here is we've also done what we are doing with you now today, where we do awareness campaigns during the time when we are doing the digital literacy skills training programs. So this program is a national program that we do in all 9 provinces, and you are the 8th one. There's one more left, which is Limpopo, for this year now. You can move. So this one is the most important one for you now, because prevention is where we try to prevent it, but here it has happened now. And what do you do? Where do you go? How do you, this is the pillar that talks to reporting GBV, the pillar that talks to the laws that has been changed to protect you. There are a number of legislation that has been changed, and DCDT's role was to make sure that those laws include issues of online, electronic gender-based violence, that it includes how these technologies can help you to report gender-based violence, to submit protection orders, to enable you to use technology. So there are 3 laws. It's the Domestic Violence Act that was amended, and that act now says, I'll give you just 1 or 2 of the provisions, because I want you to go and also read and find out what else is in there. But 2 of those provisions that's very important. The first one is that if you are aware of any domestic violence that is happening and you do not report it, and it is found out that you were aware but you didn't report it, you can also be held liable. That's how the law has been changed. Because it was changed like that to protect to protect the victims, because the victims go and make a case, but then they withdraw the case, or they are afraid to go and report. So now we are all liable if we are aware of any domestic violence or any gender-based violence and we don't report it. That's one of the changes. The other change is that you can submit a protection order online, and there is a system that's being developed for the submission of protection orders and also for reporting gender-based violence online. That is just 2 of the things that has been changed. And also the third one is you can also take an intermediary. You can take someone with you when you go and report the case, so that if you are so traumatized, you're not able to speak, you can't do, that person can then talk, they can give the statement on your behalf, because it was also recognized that victims don't even want to go because they are just too afraid to even speak to the police. So that's just some of the changes. Then in the other acts, there are changes relating to the register for sexual offenders, that if you are if you are aware of a sexual offender living in your community, you can go and check on the register if that person is registered, if his name or her name is on there, because all sexual offenders must be registered, that so that the country can know, so that people can know who they are. But this section deals with all the provisions in the law that has changed to enable you to have better access to justice and the reporting and safety of and then for us now, for DCDT, the act that we have changed is the Film and Publications Board Act, the FPB Act. And the FPB Act governs what, before it governs, you know, when you're watching a movie, then it tells you it's the rating is 13 or the rating is 16. Have you seen that? That where you can't, if you're 16, if you're not 16, you can't watch. So that's what the FPB regulates. They are the people that looks at those movies, and they are the people that gives the rating. But the act has now been changed, that they must also include provisions for what used to be called revenge pornography. So revenge, but it's now called the distribution of sexually explicit images without permission. So what it means is, if you are in a relationship and you and your partner are very happy, we are in the month of love most now, we are very happy, we make videos of ourselves, we take pictures when we are happy, and then we are not happy anymore, things don't go so well, then one of the partners decide they are going to get the other partner back. They're going to put those pictures on every website that they can find, or they're going to send it to all the WhatsApp groups that they know. That is a crime now. And it can be reported, and that person can be prosecuted, and they can be fined up to 20 million rand, or imprisoned up to 7 years. That is one of the provisions in the FPB that has been changed. And there's already been a case. So you can also go and research case law on that. Where, so it's both ways now. It's even if you are distributing, so you must also be careful with the pictures that you take of yourself. Where if you take naked pictures of yourself and you decide to send it to people, you must be aware of the fact that if somebody decides to be mean to you and to take those pictures to the police and say, you've sent this to them, you can also go to jail, because you have created pornography. And especially when it's children that are in those pictures, when it's children under 18. So we also are advising parents now. We know that when we have a newborn, we are excited, we want to take pictures, we want to send the family. Even those pictures, you should be careful who you share it with. You need to look at your privacy settings and change it so that it's only to the people that you want. Because there are people that are called pedophiles. That's what they are called. It's people that prefer having sex with children. So they would be looking at your activity online, your digital footprint. Remember, you learned about that? They will be looking at that, and they will be taking that innocent picture of your baby in the bath, and they will be sending it to people that are interested in that kind of thing, of looking at children and becoming, getting off on that. You understand? We are all adults in this room, ne? So that's what that's why the FPB is doing a lot of awareness around it, because it's not just in terms of partner, but it's also if you are distributing, and your children, you also need to warn them and talk to them about it if they are distributing any images of themselves to their friends, because there's also a trend where if you want airtime money, send me a picture of your breasts. There's even a website now. There's even a website where people are asked to send pictures of their private parts, their breast, even their arm, sometimes their leg. People get off on all sorts of things. Then you get 50 rand for a leg, 200 rand maybe for breasts. So you need to be aware of these things and go and read the FPB Act, because there are provisions in there now to protect you, but also if you are the perpetrator, to imprison you. You can move. So this one is the fourth pillar, and this one is around care, support, and healing. Now in this one, it's about when you have been abused, what services do you get in terms of being supported and helped to get healing, ne? And in this one, DCDT is not actively participating because we deal with technology, remember? So we don't deal with counseling you and giving you support, but we work with the Department of Social Development. That's why we are inviting people from shelters, you understand, to our programs. And that's why we give input to the legislation of DSD now again, because now currently there is a victim services support bill. It's an act about how you as victims will be supported. So you also need to go and Google that and look for that act and ask and see, is it really going to look at how it's going to support you? So we gave input about the online side of things, because the act, the bill that they are proposing is mostly looking at the physical side, you know, physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, but it's not looking at online abuse and what kind of support is needed there, and also how technology can be used also to give services to people. So that's what we do, but we also have a portal that we've created that it's government services. So it's just a portal so that you can have access to when you want to apply for something or when you want to do something, so that you don't have to go to the transport and get money and struggle because you are already a victim, you are already struggling. So we have done that, but it was not specifically for GBV survivors, ne? It's for everybody, but it's part of our contribution to also helping GBV survivors to have access to online services. So you can also go and look on our website, DCDT website, and go look for something. I think they've changed the name now, but before it was called Digitech. That was what the portal was called, but I will try to get the new name. So that's what we do, but that I'm glad DSD is still here, because they can maybe share with you what they have done in terms of this pillar 4, because it's not just us as DCDD, it's the whole country. And health also has to have services for you to assist. But the only thing I want to say before we move to the next one is that healing is very important, ladies. The fact that if you are not healed, you are still going to be hurting, and you will be hurting other people. You will be hurting your children. You will be hurting the new man in your life that is not an abuser, but you have not healed. So because you've not healed, you are now projecting that same energy and hurt from the previous relationship onto that guy, and he's not an abuser. And you'll end up losing that person. Your children will end up becoming abused by you because you have not healed. So healing is really an important part. And what DSD has done, they've done a lot of programs in terms of counseling, social work support to help you to heal. But healing is your journey. And it's your decision to choose to heal. Can we move to the next one? So the fifth pillar, which is the one that is also for us as DCDT very important, is the one on economic power. So what government has said here is we need to look at how do we enable survivors and victims of GBV to take back their power economically. Because in most cases, the victim gets stripped of all their economic ability, their economic power, because they are told, you will not work, you will be at home, you will look after the children, for example. Or if you work, I will manage your money. You will not manage your own money, because you become treated like a child. Or if you come out of the abusive situation, you are so damaged by what has happened to you that you don't even have the ability to now retry to see, can I do something for myself to become economically active? Or you are employed. You are in an employment situation and you are being sexually harassed at your workplace because your boss or your colleague is an abuser, and he decides to bring it to the workplace and decides to tell you, if you don't do this and that for me, you will not be promoted. You will not be this, you will not be that. So this pillar deals with all of that. It also deals with employment equity in terms of the equity targets, looking at are we enabling survivors, you know? Are people, obviously, you must have a program to get people to disclose in your company, to tell you that they are a survivor. Then you must look at, are we helping them through our employment equity processes? Are we promoting them? Are we, you understand? Similarly, procurement, government procurement. Are we giving procurement to survivors of GBV if they have businesses now, business people? And then lastly, SMME development. Are we supporting small businesses owned and controlled by survivors of gender-based violence or victims of gender-based violence? But all of that is dependent on whether you disclose, you understand? Whether you say, whether you give your information. So in this pillar, there's a lot of things that we've done, and you can see there. And this program is also part of it. The digital skills literacy training is part of it. But we have a number of other programs where we train people. You know that we the digital that we're not going to be able to watch TV if we have that big TV. I hope no one still has that big box in your house. If you still have that big TV, by the 31st of March, you will not be able to see anything. If you don't have a digital box, or if you don't have a smart TV, you won't be able to see anything, because we're going from analog to digital. Now, in that program, they are also prioritizing or supporting GBV survivors to participate in whatever training they give there. It's just an example, you understand? So this is not the only program that we do. In all our programs, we try to ensure that we economically empower GBV survivors. And then the other thing that we do is we make sure that all our state-owned entities, remember, I still want you to tell me what the others is, but I'll tell you the three that I refer to, NAMISA, CETA, and SABC, that they must have sexual harassment policies so that their employees can be protected. DCDT must have a sexual harassment policy. You understand? So, and you must make sure that in your organization where you're working or what you are to, do they have a sexual harassment policy, for example? Do they have a plan for GBV in terms of how they protect and support GBV survivors? You can move. Then, this is still in terms of the pillar 5. The only thing I wanted to emphasize here is that we also have to have workplace interventions. This program that we are doing here is for you now, ne? It's for the public. It's for people outside our department. But all the departments must also have programs for their employees, people that work for them. So our state-owned entities are doing very well there. I have to admit, Tandi, we must make a note of this one. I have to admit, us as DCDT, we are only focusing at the moment on the external. We have not done anything internally yet in terms of our own employees. A GBV program for our own employees, you understand? So that's where we are lacking still. Can we move on? Now the last pillar, which is the one that deals with research, development and innovation, is about how do we do research around new interventions, new ways of overcoming the scourge of GBV. How do we become innovative? How do we think outside the box? And this is where we want you to come in to tell us what kind of applications, what can we do differently? Because obviously there are a lot of applications in the country, there's a lot of programs in the country, and us as DCDT, we support this by providing advice and information to government departments on how they can make their systems accessible. And one of those examples is the Department of Justice. The portal that the online reporting system that I talked about earlier, where you can report a protection order, remember? We have given them advice on how to make that accessible for people with disabilities that might be also victims of GBV, because they didn't think about that when they were doing that. So that's where what we're doing here, but we also have to create a system. This is the thing that's still outstanding for us as DCDT. We need to create a system that enables a survivor to come to the police. They give their information, then it is linked to the hospital, then it's linked to Home Affairs, so that they don't go to the police and tell the story. Go to the hospital and tell the story. Go to Home Affairs and tell the story. You understand? Because it means they are over and over and over being victimized in a sense, because traumatized, sorry. So that's the other thing that we still need to work on in terms of that information system that integrates services. But we can move. Now I want to just talk about the fact that we need to look at the fact that the research and the data is still very alarming. That throughout the world, and in South Africa there's no exception, 1 out of every 3 women has experienced some form of gender-based violence in their lives. 1 out of every 3 women or girls. And that is a very big statistic, because it means that at any given time, if you are with 3 people, 1 of those 3 people has either been a victim, or they have been exposed to, their children has been exposed to being a victim. You understand? And that's why this thing is really important, that we need to do something. So now, these are what I want to re-emphasize in terms of what is available, what we have done. The first one is we have recognized gender-based violence as a pandemic. The president has now acknowledged it as the second pandemic after COVID. He has acknowledged the fact that it's a pandemic and we need to deal with it like that. So everywhere, anything, whatever we do, we need to look at how is it impacting on survivors and victims of GBV. The second thing is the fact that we have done extensive legal reform. There's laws now, there's legislation that protects you. And please go onto the website of the Department of Justice. Just type in Department of Justice when you search. And go to their website and go look at those laws. Because those laws, there's lots of provisions now for you to protect you as a victim. The third thing is that we have supported survivors through the provision of evidence kits in terms of the police now, the South African Police Service is helping in terms of making sure that we expedite the evidence that is provided, especially in the case of rape. That we don't take forever to put that kits together, because that also tampers with the cases becoming thrown out. Then the establishment of the GBV Response Fund. There's a whole fund that has been set up so now I'm talking to you in the context of, if you are thinking about an idea that you want to do, or if you have an organization that supports GBV, there's a fund for GBV that has been set up by private sector, supported by government, to enable you to do those things. So go and do some research, find out about the fund, look at what they have done in your community, and if they've not done anything, ask them, can I work, can you help me to be able to do whatever I want to do? Then, the last one, which I think is really important, is the Tutuzeles care centers, and this is mostly DSD's responsibility, that they have been increased and they have been made more integrated, that you get an integrated service when you go to the care center. You do know about the care centers. Do you know about these care centers? Have you used the services? Okay, I hear no, but it's fine. So now the last slide that I want us to listen to. I want to give you some tips. The first thing I want to say is, if you have been abused, or if you know about someone that's been abused in any form whatsoever, please tell someone. Don't keep it a secret, because that is what makes it difficult. You know, in terms of our country, the stats is so high, but I believe it's actually much higher, because there are many people that are not coming forward and saying that they are being abused. You understand? Because they're not telling someone. Tell someone, anyone that you trust enough to say, listen, I am being emotionally abused by my husband, or by my father, or by my sister, or whoever. So tell someone, please. And when your kids come to you, the second point, take all violence and abuse seriously. And this, I want to just stand still here for 1 minute. What happens here is, your child comes to you and he tells you, or she tells you, Mommy, Uncle so-and-so is touching me. Now, Uncle so-and-so is your boyfriend. And then you get angry at the child because it's my boyfriend. You judge the child. You don't listen to the child. And the violence continues until the point where you bath the child and the bath water is full of blood. Then you act. Or you see people, someone being beaten on the street, like literally being beaten up on the street. A couple is fighting outside. You rather go and take your phone and go and take a video and send it to your other friends, because it is trending, it's going to trend. Instead of taking it seriously and saying to yourself, that could be me. I need to do something. Even if I don't go and stop it there, go there, because you can put yourself in danger. Use your phone to call for help, to call the police and say, this is happening right now, can you please come to this and this address? So that's what it means when it says, take all abuse seriously. Take a stand. And here I want to talk to the gentlemen in the room as well, although they are not participants, because most of the ladies are victims, but it still applies to you as well. We need to take a stand against all forms of gender-based violence. All forms of gender-based violence. Not just the type that affects you. You understand what I'm trying to say? Not just because you were raped, now you are like, if you hear about rape, you do something. But if you hear about a child that's being neglected and beaten, it's not my child, it's not my business. That's what it means to say, take a stand against all GBV. Say, GBV will not be part of my makeup, my profile, my environment. And if I find out about it, I will stand up for that person or that child. Take back your power. This is for the victims now and the survivors. Take back your power. And how do you do that? By starting to get yourself out of the situation firstly. And unfortunately, statistics shows that people go back 7 times. And sometimes the 8th time they die or they get out. So I want to say to you, help your fellow brothers and sisters to say, take back your power. Don't go back. Don't go back and go back and go back and go back. Get help. Go somewhere to get help, to take back your power. And start by affirming yourself. Remember, we talked about affirmations. That's a simple way of taking back your power. Because when you are being abused, especially emotional abuse, your character is being destroyed. So I just want to say briefly, I was a victim of emotional abuse when I was a child. And it took me many years to get over it, because it sits with you. It's inside you. You start to believe that about yourself. When I was 16, I wanted to commit suicide because of the emotional abuse. Because I felt like I can't take this anymore. Because it was at school, it was at home. Because of the fact that I'm different in terms of my disability. So, but I am healed. I am healed. So what I'm saying is, take back your power. What helped me was my mom. Because every time when it happened, she took me and she said to me, you are powerful. You are going to do great things. You are capable. There's nothing that you cannot do. She said those words to me every time when I came home and I told her something happened. My granny and my mom. And that helped me to take back my power. So I want you to affirm yourself and affirm your children. If your children has been exposed to GBV, remind them that that's not the way we should live. That is not the norm. Daddy or mommy is not doing the right thing. But we still love them, but they are not doing the right thing. The right thing is to love each other. The right thing is to, you understand? But you do it age appropriate, obviously, ne? Because you can't say that to a 15-year-old now. You have to have an actual conversation with a 15-year-old. But a 5-year-old, you do that. So the last one on this one is remind yourself that putting others down does not raise you up. Because sometimes when we have been hurt, we hurt other people. We become abusers ourselves as well. So let's remind ourselves that by putting other people down, it doesn't raise you up. It actually makes you smaller. You can move, Lizzie. So these are just numbers, information in terms of where you can call, helplines. The slide, I will just keep it there, but we will send the presentation. So this is just all the where you can get information, help, and so on. I just want to say the number for Childline. On that slide, it's still the old 08,000 number, but the new number is 116. You guys know that, ne? So for your kids and for yourself, if your kid is being abused or bullied or whatever, 116. Ne? Thank you very much for listening to me. I hope I'm going to get questions because I want questions. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to hand over back to Ella to facilitate the discussion. And ladies, this is where you now have the opportunity to share your experiences, but also to give us solutions, ideas, and so on and so on.
Thank you, Petro, for your inside information. I'm going to give the floor a chance. If they do have question for Petro, we attend to it. Okay, I have one hand on my right, the second one. Okay, let me start with you, ma'am. Do we still have a second mic?
Good morning, everyone. In front of you, I'm Atandile. Hello, Mama. I would like to ask about if you know someone have the same experience of GBV, but the problem is that it's not the same province as you are. The problem, she was get raped by 2 guys in front of her mom, and then now she's also hate the mom. It's like she fates her. So I don't know how can I insist in that situation.
Thank you. Is it only one question? And remember, ladies,
I would just like to ask, in some cases it happens that a victim reports the case, and then I will report someone, the police will come, and then they will look for the perpetrator, they don't find him, and then they don't do a follow-up. So what happens like in situations like that? Because some people can see when the van is coming or the police is coming, and then they manage to not be available within the space that they live at. Because when I report a case, I have to specify ukuthi lo muntu uhlala kuphi. So they will tell you that when you see the person, please call us. And then I call, they come, they don't find the person. Like what happens then?
Good morning, everyone. I just want to ask, in terms of the police officers who victimize the victims, where to go, where to report, and what to do.
Hello. Morning, everyone. I have a question, and I'm also concerned. I'm sorry to say this. Where I'm coming from, there are a lot of samazamas. I want to ask, according to that, what if you go to a police station, you report somebody who has money, like a zamazama, and then your case gets dismissed over and over again. When you go to the police station and ask, why is my docket not available? They tell you the case was closed, and you haven't closed the case. Because, those people, they pay the cops. They just pay the cops so that the case cannot be followed. What about that? What are we supposed to do about that situation?
Okay, we'll take this one and then we'll respond, ne? Then we take another round. Tandi, you can also check if there's anything you want to respond to, ne?
Sanibonani. Mina ngukhulu Fair. So my question is, Happiness sisters, they asked almost the same question. Yabo. So I wanted to know if you can reopen a case, because like she said, the police officers or justice system is failing us, guys. You go there, you open a case, and then after 2 days or whatever, 2 months, you go. They don't give you feedback on what's going on with your case. So when you go back there, they tell you that the case was closed, but you don't remember going to the police station and closing the case. So, ijojo.
become anonymous, so that they are then able to investigate and provide feedback. However, for Gauteng, we are also dealing with case tracking. You can come forth, but when you come to me, it then needs to then be clear you must have a case number. That is a case that it's dormant, you have since reported it, there's no movement, and you are just stuck as a victim, there's no feedback. So when you come to me, it then needs to then be clear to say that you have reported a case, it has been closed and no feedback, or whatever the case might be, so that we are then able to liaise with our counterpart at the level of community safety or SAPS, so that they are then able to track in terms of what has really transpired. The number for IPID is 012 399 0000. 012
out in the community.
Thank you. Your question is noted. Let me get that second hand.
Hi everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity you've given us to be here. One of the ways I believe to minimize the act of GBV is by dealing with the perpetrators. So I wanted to know what is being done apart from them being sent to jail. Are there other means that are done to deal with them, because they're the one doing the acts most of the time?
Noted. Third question.
Bonani. Ninjani. Okay, kamera mungismaila ngubani. Okay, abantu bayaphela yo. Asithi phansi nge-GBV phansi. So as one thing I understand as ngaya lapha police station bengikhala ngithukile ngazibuza umbuzo oyi-one like ngimbophise ngambophisi. I just let it go because amaphoyisa angitshela ukuthi bona abadili nge-abuse badila nge-crime. So I was so confused ngenze njani, but into eyangisiza ukuthi ngize ngi-end up e-shelter i-housing department umama wangishiyela indlu. So like kunzima emhlabeni bafethu, kunzima kakhulu, especially mawumama. It's my first time to be a mother, but it's not easy. But kumele siqine, and focus to our lives. Move on.
Do we still have another one, or that was the last one?
Good morning, everyone. In ukutlerifya lento le yama cases police station, mina my advice yokuthi each and every person abe nama sector number. If unama cell phone number wama sector number wenu, then if you have a problem uyakhona ukufonela exactly eveneni, because if ever uya a station ngithi uyabazi ukuthi banjani, especially ngase CLC, and if ever a case yakho like ubophisa umuntu, then after umuntu lo mbone estradeni uthatha i-case number yakho, akhona ama CID ngaphezulu, ukhode igama lomuntu obambe i-case yakho, then ubuyela kuye back uyamtshela ukuthi awonelanga yokuthi wena ubophisa umuntu and umuntu lo nokuhlukumeze kaso. So wena ucela ukuthi i-case le they can reopen your case again, so that uzokhona ukuthi uappear e-court. And futhi i-case critical kakhulu ilena case rape. I-case rape uyakhona ukumbophisa, then bona badile nayo, then after umuntu loyo ophethe case yakho i-CID uyakhona ukubuya eze kuwe azokutshela ukuthi i-case ihambe kanjani. If wena you want to appeal in the court, uyakhona ukuthi uyozikhulumela and ukhulume yonke into eyenzakele. Then enye nenye into if uyilandelela wena, amaphoyisa vele wona anyeka sinake, but wena if wena was i-court ugijime i-court like mamela mawuqeda, if ever une-trauma, kune-trauma center ngithi ezitationini zethu, asenzeni ama-social worker abangani bethu, and ubathande nawe bakuthande, anyeke basijaje. Yilokho ngifuna ukukusho. But
I think I'm going to take the last one, the last one.
Okay, Kamalam Happiness Fiti. Just to add on the number here, gender based, you can also send the SMS help to 31531.
Okay. She's basically saying there's a center number that you can call. You SMS help to 31531. 31531. Did anybody get it? Okay. Madam, are you ready to answer?
Thank you so much. Good morning. Okay. My name is Lindy Wimbewana. I'm a social worker by profession. I work for Kulisa Social Solutions. So we are currently based at 4 police stations, Langlaagte Police Station, Johannesburg Central, Sophiatown, and Moffat View. So the work that we do, we respond to pillar number 2 and pillar number 4. Prevention, building social cohesion, as well as care, support, and healing. So when it comes to prevention, we do awareness campaigns. Our main focus is on the victim empowerment services. So victim empowerment services, we have a calendar throughout the year, meaning each month there's a theme. For February, we were talking about sexual violence. So all our campaigns were based on sexual violence. So we do those campaigns, we do dialogues, we do group works at schools to teach kids and to educate our community about the social ills in the society. And then when it comes to care, support, and healing, we do counseling, one-on-one counseling, sometimes couples counseling or family disputes or neighbors disputes. And then we also provide referrals if you are unable to provide the service. For example, when you're doing your assessment as a social worker, you might find that the root cause is maybe substance abuse. So we don't provide assistance for substance abuse. So we refer our client to organizations or departments that provide that service. So at victim-friendly rooms, we provide a temporary support to our victims. So if you are coming to our offices for counseling, it's not a long term. We could have 3 to 4 sessions, and then we refer. So when we do our assessment, that's when we determine to say how long has the abuse been ongoing. If it was in the past 6 months, then we say your case is mild. And then when it's high, it's when it's been happening in the last 3 months. Then when it's high, that's when we advocate for protection orders and other services that legally you can be provided with. And then when it's high, it's when this abuse has been ongoing and not stopping. Then it's an emergency. That's when we refer to our shelters. So basically that's all that we do. But then also we provide our victims with care packs. A care pack is just a bag with toiletries that you're gonna need. Yeah, that's all that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Madam, you got the 2 questions that were said in English? The one that was talking about empowerment and the other one that was talking about the boys, yeah. And the other lady was saying enough is enough about abuse. Unfortunately, we do not have a member from the police station as we speak, because she said she encountered an abuse. She went to the police station. The police couldn't help her. They told her they only deal with crime. They don't deal with abuse. She was lucky because her mom has left the house and everything, but she said it's tough. It's getting tougher and tougher, and people are dying every day. People are dying.
The other lady at the corner was not even a question, it was sort of a comment, because she was saying where people must equip themselves in getting numbers for sectors that they stay within. The sectors 1, the sectors 2, and please get those numbers, because you must make your social workers your friends so that you are able to go and elaborate actually what is happening to you. I think I got that, and then Madam will take over with the questions that those other two ladies asked.
Thank you, Ms. McCorney. Can we warm it up? Ms. McCorney was very excellent now. In her translation, she should consider translation services. I think that the lady that asked about what can I do as a survivor, I'm very impressed. I just want to tell you that. That is really it's impressive that you want to do something. You understand? So I would say the first thing that you can do is to do a survey of what community services are available in the area where you find yourself. Ne? Look at what is available for boys. What services are there already that provide support or programs for boys? And then the second thing would be to then go to them and say, do they need a speaker? Would they want somebody when they have a program? You will avail yourself to come and speak, to share information. And then the third thing that you can do is to think about what it is that you want to do, exactly the intervention that you want to do, because then you can also work with your local district in terms of education and maybe ask them if they will allow you to get a 5 minutes even at assembly, because schools still have assembly, ne? Let me just make sure about that, because everything changes. But if they will allow you 5 minutes at their assembly, then you can go to the schools in your area again. Maybe there's 3 or 4 schools, and you go there maybe once a month or once every second month. You just go and you go and do a quick input, motivational speak to the boys. You ask if you can, but you speak to the assembly, but you focus on the boys, obviously. So that's just another practical way I think you can look at it. And then lastly, what you can do to skill yourself now is maybe go and look at a course that deals with how to support, how to prevent GBV in terms of how to enable boys to not become perpetrators. I'm sure if you type that statement as I wrote it now, as I said it now, in your search engine, you will get information that you can use. You will also get maybe courses that you can do, online courses, so that you can skill yourself. You understand? Because you are a girl and you don't maybe understand everything about boys. You get what I'm saying? Because boys understand boys and girls understand girls. That's what I believe, at least, because that's how God has made us. We don't know everything about men, and men don't know everything about us. But we know about each other as women and as girls. So that's the 3 things I would just say from my experience of trying to start something. But the first thing you need to do is to go and write down what you want to do. And then the second thing is do a survey of what is available. And then the third thing is decide on which interventions you want to start with, and then literally start with it and do it. That's it. The one that spoke about programs for perpetrators, I think I will ask DSD to respond to that again, because I would just say from DCDT side, what we have started now, and it's under the leadership of our Deputy Minister, is we have started to do men's dialogues, where we specifically target men and we'll have a dialogue with the men where we discuss the root causes of GBV, and we also then talk about the issue that I referred to from FPB, the thing about how technology is used to exploit women and sending pictures and stuff. And then lastly, we get the men to engage with us and ask us questions, and then the fourth thing is where the deputy minister or a senior member of our department then does a pledge with the men. We have a pledge where they have to then do the pledge, and they sign the pledge, and they take the pledge with them. So that's just the program that we are currently implementing in terms of men. Whether they're perpetrators or not perpetrators, we don't say it's for perpetrators, you understand? Because if we're going to say that, we will probably get no one to come to the program. But then I would say DSD can maybe give some further information around the perpetrators. And then I just want to say thank you to the lady that encouraged people to get information and to empower themselves about what's available in their respective sector or in their respective community. Because ladies and gentlemen that's in the room, it's upon us. You need to empower yourself, because if you don't, nobody's going to do it. Like Pearl also said, healing is your responsibility. There's support programs, there's processes, but it's your responsibility to take that decision to say, I want to be healed, and then do what you need to do. So thank you for that. I really appreciate that. And then the other lady that spoke about the fact that she went to the police station, I want to reiterate what Pearl said. If that happens, you report it. You go to the station commander and you say you want to report what you've experienced, because that is absolutely, completely incorrect, unacceptable, because there's no such thing. And you report it, and I'm sorry that you experienced that, because the police is the first point of call in terms of this matter, because you have to report to the police. So yeah, so that's what I would say there. And I'm thankful that you had support and you were able to, and you are correct that we need to collectively stand up, because the NSP is up until 2030, and the NSP says by 2030 we want a society where a woman can freely walk at night without being afraid to be hurt. That's what's written in the NSP. So if we want to achieve that by 2030, we all need to do our part. We all need to do our little bit to be able to get to that. We might not achieve it by 2030, but we might get to a point where at least we will have a situation where women will no longer be afraid and have to think. Like I used to walk. I walk in terms of my exercise. I used to walk in the mornings at 6 o'clock. I used to walk because I do my devotion from 5 to 6. Then at 6 o'clock, I used to go out to go and take my walk. But after some time, when this started happening in our country, I started to have to wake up and think, do I really want to go and do this now? Am I sure I want to go out? Because am I going to be safe? You understand? And what the NSP is saying, we want a society where I don't have to do that. If I want to go and walk at 11 o'clock at night, I must be able to get up and go and go and take that walk and be comfortable and not even think twice about it. That's the kind of environment that we want to create in terms of the NSP. But thank you. I'll just hand over to Pearl to just respond in terms of the issues relating to perpetrators, and then I'll give back to Ella to close the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Petronella. I think mine will be quick, but before I respond to programs that we have, I just want to go back to the lady who was asking in terms of what is it that they can do within their communities. First and foremost, make sure that when yourself, you are healed. When by yourself you are healed, make sure that happens before you even interact with anyone. Because healing is a process, and if you are not completely healed, you will have triggers. While you are in front of the audience, you start breaking down, you start crying, and children will be surprised to say, how can this motivational speaker then come and cry in front of us? How does it work? So first and foremost, make sure that when you are healed, and perhaps maybe before you even go to the level of the school, because issues of vetting, to say that you are a safe space, when it needs to then be considered, and the content as well that you will then be sharing with your audience. Nobody has vetted that. Nobody has interrogated, nobody has packaged that. So you might then be conveying or communicating certain things that might not necessarily be in line with legislation and legal frameworks of the country, or it might then be against the moral fiber of certain societies. So just be sure to say who is it exactly that you want to address, for what purpose. Because at times we have good intentions, but our intentions turned out to be something else. So you just need to then be sure. Perhaps maybe you might also want to approach it even at the level of the ward level where you stay. Before even you go to authorities, start where you stay at ward level, start at the church where you commune, start at the level of your social clubs where you have women's gathering, because these are the ladies that some of them are bleeding and they continue to raise the boy child, who ultimately, if it's not attended, they will then become the abuser. So start small, start within your environment. But before you can even say that you want to go at the level of school or at a big level, make sure that you are healed and make sure that you yourself will then have the content. And I really appreciate the fact that you are now also talking to say that enroll for a specific course that will guide you, that will empower you in terms of some of all these issues that we are dealing with, because we have situation where everybody within the community think that they are social workers, and they then tend to do more damage than good in communities. So that's what I wanted to say regarding that lady, and really it's appreciated, because often than not as a department we have seen a lot of our victims, after some time they come back and say that they want to open an NPO to then deal with victims. And when you engage with them, you then realize to say that they are still bleeding, they are still hurt, to the extent that when a victim says that I'm going back to my partner, remember, as a practitioner, as a social worker, it is not my decision to say you will and you will not go. My role is to ensure that I then provide a conducive environment for you to then realize certain things. But ultimately, going back or not going back, it is your decision as an individual. Because it is your life, you have to own up for your life. We have situation where when the victim says that and the owner of the organization, or the owner, or that lady or that woman would be so furious to say that you will not do such. And then you then realize to say that this person is not yet healed, yet they are working with the victims that they themselves thought that that space is a safe space, only to realize to say that they, as the owner of the organization or of that service, they need to ensure that they heal themselves. So we just need to then be careful around that space. Coming back to the issue in terms of what programs are there, except for those that are in jail. We have different programs as a Gauteng Department of Social Development. We work with men, We have forums that that are there to ensure that men gets to then be empowered regarding the social environment, the family environment, relationship. Because remember, like I said on when we started day one, to say that gender-based violence is a very complex matter, and individuals or grown-ups, they enter into relationship for various reasons. And some of those individuals, they enter into relationship with childhood traumas that were never attended to. And when as a woman, perhaps maybe you might have been brought up in a family that is loving, that has taught you to be assertive, that has taught you to be empowered, that has taught you to be very vocal. Then you meet this men that they are lost, they can't even manage themselves, and now they have to now deal with you. So when you raise certain things, automatically then you become aggressive, you become disrespectful. The basic thing of how to communicate, that you and I might take it for granted. The basic thing that you wake up in the morning and you greet the next person who's sleeping next to you. Some people just take it for granted. You just wake up and jump out of the bed and you continue. Yet for others, family values. So if you are in a relationship with that type of a person, how you are then going to ensure that you raise a family with values, because it then goes back 10 steps back to say, how are we able at the level of maybe inception of the relationship have commonalities in terms of what is the glue of your relationship, how do you then resolve conflict, how do you manage finances, how do you deal with parenting issues. But at the level of GBV, that was never dealt with at the beginning of the relationship. We just met, a boy met a girl, they fall in love and they decided to have a family. Or a boy meet a girl, they decided to have a sex, and then there are children. Then issues of gender-based violence comes in. So there are different scenarios. There's no one size fits all when you now deal with matters of GBV. So hence now, it then becomes a challenge to say that this is how you will then deal with GBV. But in forums, we are then able to have themes and sub-themes that would now ensure to say that men would get to now raise their own issues, to say that I'm battling with this, I'm battling with that. And in some instances, we will then bring the couple to say that we have dealt with the men in terms of these other issues, and now that it's time that we have joint sessions with the partner. Or in some instances, we also have the intimate partner issues where we get referrals from court to say that this man has anger issues, and as a result, each and every small thing irritates them that they snap. And just the mere voice, the mere sight of hearing your voice, automatically they become triggered. So the minute now that you come into the house, automatically ibubesi, it's waiting for you. So there are different issues, and how we are then able to deal with them is through empowerment, through the engagement in terms of at the level of the emotions, and the execution of that. Obviously it will be with him at the family level, but through the socialization as well. It's something that we are then able to then gauge in terms of the impact, if it does happen, to then change the society. So there is a lot that is happening, but ultimately it then talks to the issue to say that to what extent is this man committed to change the self for the betterment of the self and the family, ultimately the community. Because some would now say that I'm attending therapy because of duress, or because I want to save my marriage so that my wife sees that I'm attending therapy, but there's no commitment. And that then poses a challenge, because it does not matter how many sessions you can have with that type of a person. For as long as there is no commitment, therapy is just useless, it won't do anything. So it then becomes that level to say that working together towards some of these processes will then ultimately ensure that we are then able to then deal with gender-based violence for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Pearl. I think that was a comprehensive response. I just want to say that in terms of the person that the healing process, I would like to encourage you during tea. You can speak to Lindiwe, you can speak to Pearl, so that you can just enable yourself to utilize the services whilst they are here. Obviously, they won't counsel you, but just if you need to, if there's anyone in the room that was not brave enough to stand up, to speak, to say what they wanted to say. And then the last thing I want to say to all of you ladies is that you are overcomers. You are not even survivors, because you have been able to go through this process in terms of this at the last mile. So I'm going to hand over to the program director to just direct us in terms of what's going to happen now. Thank you.
Thank you, Petro. Thank you to all speakers. But we are going to break now for tea. It's not because I disrespect you guys. Né? You can hear me, eh? Okay. We're going to break for tea, and then I guess for 25 minutes. So we will be here round about. Okay, they are saying we are break for 15 minutes. So what time is it now? Maybe let's agree on the time. It's 10 past. So by 25 past. Is it possible? Half past. Okay. Okay, let's agree on half past then. And please be here. Okay, thank you.
ready now, or is there still something that you need to do? Hello? Sorry, do you still need to do something, or are we fine now? Okay, you'll tell me when you're ready then. My number is still WhatsApp. Okay, ladies, can we start singing a song so long whilst we're waiting for them to sort out what they need to do? Remember, it's a celebration, it's a achievement. We need to we need to sing something that's celebratory. Can we do that? Who is a good singer? I'm not. If I start singing, you're going to run out of the rooms. Okay. Can you just check this mic? Is it on now? Have another mic, please, man. This thing keeps on switching.
Can we stand up, please? Can we please stand up?
Are you coming to read now? Are you coming now? Okay, thank you, ladies. I think, Tandy, are you ready now?
thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, ladies, thank you. Okay, ladies, thank you, thank you. Okay, so we are about to start the certificate ceremony for the Gauteng Province 365-day campaign on no violence against women and digital awareness program. 28 February 2025. I would like to just encourage all the participants before we start the process with a few words. I want to just say that our father of the nation, you felt maybe on Tuesday that this is impossible, but now it has been done and you have achieved it, and now you will be recognized for your achievement.
Ladies, it's now time for you to get your certificates. I'm going to read a bunch of certificates. Myself, Tandi, and Boitumelo is also going to read another one. So we are really glad that today we have a large number of people that have passed the course. How many? 60 plus? 63 years. So, and then there are also others that they still need to print. Angithi inari? How many? 9. Oh, wow, that's nice. So we actually have, what's the total you counted? 7. Yeah, but you needed to do a digital clap because you were taught digital clap. Can you do that?
it switches off. So, but I will. Oh, that Siafunda. Una really knows that they are this side. We must come. Oh, okay, so you like this book? It's popular. Okay, please, Bongane, come. Please. Yeah, maybe battery in a problem. Okay, so what we'll do, me and Boitumelo will read names, and you come and take your certificate. You go that side, they take your photo, and you also have phones. You can also use your phone, ask someone to take you a photo, so that you have that photo, because I don't know when are we going to get these photos. But initially, we don't take photos of you. So it's up to you. Even if we do this process, we don't post anywhere. It is just for these two departments for their own records. So it's up to you. If you say, I don't want photos, like Petronella said, you must just say no, then they won't do that. The first person is Thelma. I'm going to read 5 names. So you have to be here, at least 5 people, then one will go next. Thelma Memeru Mapotoma. Kandiko Sitole. Tulele Zulu. Shelly, I don't know what's her name. Shelly. You can go. Can you go? Is it you? Oh, Shelly. Nah. How are you going? Yeah. Tulufelo, Sikwele, that's nice. All of us must learn. Even in front of camera, or we must all learn. Atandile kwebushe. Kwebushe. Smangele ngubane.
Halala Gauteng, halala. Wathinta bafazi. Mbogotos. And the next one is Sipogazi Madikani. Bukiwe Matwa. Bukiwe. Tshegofatso Tshabangu. Tshabangu. Nna ke nku, wena wa re Tshabangu. Ungeziwe Manda. Hayi lesaba jealous. Efiambili. Talent Matima. Lebo Mutsu. Busisiwe Ellen. Fikile Khanyile. Amgani. Smile at show. She was the first one to complete yesterday. How? Palesa Mampuezi. Happiness Kunu. Feluna Basitana. Garabo Matsiriso. Mina Makwela. Julia Rampeta. Ndobokolo. Kutala Sikwebu. Akona Twala. Akona, who is Akona? Lesego Shumang. Nomfundo Mfokofi. Kutala. Where's Kutala? Ne? Sipesishe Manana. Bonakele Mthembu. Nompulelelo Ndlovu. botokololo. Grace Nonkululeko Sibeko. Boniswa Genge. I hope I called it. Jill Betty Valentine. Jillian Dion. Toko Milatu.
Simone Jonkers. Simone Jonkers. Boisile Natasha. Simone. It's you. Boisile Natasha. Duduzile Kumalo. Duduzile Kumalo. Duduzile. Kaupelo. Primrose River. Kaupelo Primrose. Boniswa Genge. I think we are called. Pumlandria. Violin Benz. Puleng Litsoso. Litsoso. Puleng. Palisa Mlefi. Nokuthula Trifina Dile. Oh, yeah. Joyce Msiza. Hi, man. Figile fortunate. Figile fortunate. Hello. Sipesihle manana. Sipesihle manana. Petronella Lindas. Puleng Kala. Kuluriba. Shanice Betty. Angelina Kumalo. Angelina Kumalo. Fezile Masondo. Okay, ladies, just listen here. If there's someone that was sitting next to you and maybe that person is not here, so that you can know that that person has a certificate, but also to say that you have written names, 2 names without a surname. We will then have to check with Siafunda, Nemisa, to check if they can rectify those names, because they're written in 2 names, no surname. But when they do that, they need you to give them the number or the email that you have used. Then they can rectify your certificates. Because almost most of them here, they have names. So, but we have others. There are also certificates that are repeated. So if you want your copy, you can take it. If you say, I'm fine with one, we give it to the province, they will tear them out. Theolin Benz. I was told that okay, Theolin Benz. You want to take it? Who's that? It's your okay. Bali Samuel Lefi. Bali Samuel Lefi. Sipesihle Manana. It's a repeat. Sipesihle. Please come. No, they don't. Some of them didn't take pictures. And it's also good because we are big. What is that, Genge? Come and take your no, it's a duplication. Second round. Kuthala Sipesi. Akhona Mina Makwele.
Irene certificate.
No, it's fine. They made you copy.
Usisiwe. Rich girl. Lese Hoshuma.
Yeah, I think that's the calling line.
Rich girl. Thank you.
Yeah, we.
Okay, guys, how many did not get their certificate?
Yeah, who did not get anything?
5.
Five.
5, right?
There are so many.
Okay.
They are not
Now,
five.
can I
There are
quick-
many.
Can you guys just join the next to your coffee, right? So that we make sure that we rectify this place where there is a coffee, please.
Okay, I just want to say that there are 2 of the participants, remember, that is non-South African. I have taken your information. We will try and make sure that you get a letter. Ladies, we're still busy, we're not done yet. We will make sure that you get a letter of recognition just to indicate that you have participated in the program until we are able to resolve the issue of the certificate. So I just wanted to indicate that to the 2 ladies that's not South African. And then I would like to call upon Ms. Makoni, if she's in the room, to come and do the official closing of the program. Is Ms. Makoni in the room? Ladies, we are not done yet. Can we please respect the process? Is Ms. Makoni here? Yes, but you will get an opportunity to take pictures, ladies, but the program is not closed yet. Once Ms. Makoni has done the closing, the program will be officially closed and done the vote of thanks. And then you will be open to take pictures and all that. Eh? So I'm handing over to Ms. Makoni now to do the closing. Thank you.
I just wanted to check something before I do the closing. Is there anyone from the delegates who would like to say something?
Oh, sorry, yes, thank you.
Anyone from the delegates who wants to say something?
Wants to represent the delegates.
To talk something on behalf of this training. Chomam. Please come to me.
The leader in the making. Yes. You are a leader, my darling.
Sanibonani. Ngithanda ukubonga. Ke rata ho leboha letsatsi la kajeno kodwa day 1 ka qale ka di 2. Re teng mo re tlo etsa process ya training kaofela. So ke rata ho lona kaofela. Ba tsa ba jwale shelter le victim ba sa ba tswile no la ka nna le victim le na ke sona. Ne ke dula go shelter. So ka ba empowered haholo hore ke kgone ho ikemela le nna le bana ba ka. So and then ha ka tloa ka re no re ke kgutlele morao perpetrator. So ka joina di skill ka joina caterpillar and ka tsamaya ka lena di skill tse ngata hore nang o le mme wa a dila abuse rona o dila jwang. And so ke rata ho bua hape le ka mampere hore ha o sa hila ha ona motho a teng, because ha ona le bana all the time o le bima o le lapeng la bona also hile. And even motho ha o hata o bana le engelo yo o ka nka mo shapa, which means wena o eneng ba hao also hile tla mo tsamaye process ya ho hila. And then from there o tla tswa hore nna re di thuse motho o mong ke mo montsha hore le nna ke tswa mo tswang teng ke tsamaile yona tsela e ha re tsamaye so ke rata go leba le mama Potronela hore Ra leboha ka opportunity ya re fileng yona today. Hore re le basadi, hore re basadi, and re ithate, and re na le matla, re ka ya hohle hohle moo re batlang teng. Education ke ntho e hothweng e balulekileng kakhulu. Uthi o ska inyatsa ha o le motho hore just phamisa dikausu o shebe pele. Ke a leboha.
I'm sorry, I'm not taking that from you. I'm not taking that from you. Can you give her a digital please? Warm it up, warm it up, warm it up. I don't see warm hands here. Okay, we start counting. She's a champion. Okay, I also want to check if victim rooms wants to say something. Lastly, victim rooms, are you okay? Please say something. Pardon? Yeah, can come. And also if there's someone from victim friendly room.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting us to this initiative. And then also, I would like to say to all our victims that no one is immune to gender-based violence. So you shouldn't think there's something wrong with you. So all of us are going through a lot. So sometimes how we respond to that can be a violation to other people. And then also, I would like you to be aware, we have the e-Gauteng panic button app that you can use in case of an emergency. The response is like under 5 minutes from the SAPS. So you can just go to Play Store and download the app. And yeah, if ever you're faced with an emergency, you can just press that button there on your phone and the police will respond immediately. Thank you so much.
Warm it up, warm it up. She's a champion. Can I have anyone from GSD to say something? Tumelo is on her way.
Wathinta bafazi. Wathinta bafazi. Power to the women, power. Power to the women, power. Thank you very much. The power is in our hands. We've been given power. Ne? The 4 days that we spent here, we've been given power. So it's up to us now for what do we do, right? I've made copies for your certificate. You don't even have to go and make copies. You just attach that certificate to your CV, then you reclaim your life. Are we reclaiming our lives? Power to the women, power! A lot have been said. I just wanted to remind you that everything starts here. Then you start uttering those words. I can, I will, I shall. Right? I am beautiful, I can do it, and I will stand up. It happened for a reason, but now it's up to you. How do I go back to the community? How do I go back to where I come from? It doesn't matter how you came, but what matters is what are you taking? We have children, right? We have children. We gonna love our children. We gonna teach our children what abuse is wrong. They are not gonna repeat what they saw from home. We gonna do better. Power is in our. Thank you so much, and we are just hoping for the best. We are also tracking successful stories from our shelters, from our victim-friendly rooms, and I am hoping that one day I will get a successful story. We already have successful story from these 4 days, all right? So I am hoping one day I will write a book about your story too. And maybe you will also write a story about your life too. You will be a motivational speaker one day, and then we call you to this type of platforms and you encourage other women. Yeah? Thank you very much. From our side, we are encouraged by this type of partnerships. As the department, we've been saying that we cannot do it alone. And as the president said, each and every department has a role in terms of playing when it comes to GBV. Some were reluctant, or maybe they were still thinking of how they can partner with us, but when we got a call from your department to say, we are here and we want to work with you, we were delighted. And we are hoping, we know already, correct, we are coming back to the next, in the next financial year. So let me not hope, I know it's done. We are just waiting for the date and time and venue. We are there, we are ready to walk this journey together, and together we can do it. Thank you. That's not wrong now. She's the champion. Okay, bravos. Where are you? Bongani. Where are you? I'm calling Bongani because Bongani seems to have a lot of admirers here. I'm not sure what he did to you. So maybe he will explain in this podium what happened. Just to say a few words to the ladies here, encouragement. I called you because everybody wants to lie. So I don't know what you did, but whatever you did was good.
Good afternoon, guys. Thank you guys for coming, and thanks for leaving everything that you normally do on a daily basis and actually come and equip yourself with digital skills. It might not something big, it might not something huge, but guys, you need to understand that each and every journey, it starts with what? With the first step, guys. Is that clear? Yes. And I won't be long, guys. I would just like to say this. Please, let's not sleep on those certificates, guys. Is that clear? Yes. Let's make sure that we add that extra value, that extra page into our CVs. And I think we've had a few women that actually did this course for other, if not did, rather, they actually, they sort of told other ladies to do it. I think there were 2, if I'm not mistaken. So what I'm trying to say, guys, big up to you guys, and make sure that from now on, remember, I said to you earlier on Monday, not Monday, Tuesday, please make sure, guys, you learn something new every day, guys. Is that clear? No matter as I carry happen. Please, even if it's a definition of a certain weight, guys. Is that clear? But make sure you go to sleep. I've learned something new. And God bless you guys.
Warm it up. I'm sure this will be warming up. But mina mangicinga ngathi i-voice, ne? I-voice yakhe ine-something ine-something. Okay. I'm going to start with my thank you now. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge Mr. Elaka Khan, who has driven as a program director for these days, taking us through everything that is supposed to be presented and all those grades that she mentioned and everything. But Mr. Elaka Khan, thank you so much. You did such a brilliant job in terms of program directing. And I would also like to go to our partners, your DSD. I wouldn't know where to start. This pair, men. You know, I called Sister Andy on Sunday. I was such a mess. Sister Andy, is not coming to me. And I'm not wanting to call people on weekends because I'm not sure what they're doing. Can she please just tell me? She will bring people what is happening, because I'm that panicky myself. But what you did was even beyond what I expected. Thank you. Thank you, Gulela. Thank you, DSD. And I will also go to Siafuna, who is Unarin. Can you raise your hand wherever you are? Unarin? He's out. Okay. Unarin and Bongani, thank you so much. And I will also say thank you to our streamers. You have been excellent. You have been excellent, and the lady from communications that was busy taking pictures, you did such an excellent work. I hope we get those pictures in time. We really want the pictures, because since those pictures, it really showed us that you are really a photographer, not just to victims room. Thank you so much for the participation. Victim friendly rooms, thank you so much. To the DCDT team, Ms. Linders, thank you so much for the presentation and the interactions that you did, which you also joined the team in terms of making the course, and you got the certificate. Congratulations to you, and thank you so much for also giving us support in the program that we have. And I would also say to Ms. Nosipo Zikali in her absence, because she did a presentation. Who else remembers her in the room? Ms. Nosipo Zikali from BCDT. Do you remember her? Yes. What was she presenting about? What you did, she presented about what you are doing now. Yeah. So thank you so much to her in her absence here. And I will go to Sister Andy. Sister Andy, thank you so much. You are our director, everything. You know, you were busy in lots and lots of meetings. You know, we didn't get to, but we were like intact in terms of what we knew what we were supposed to do, because you gave good directions in terms of what we were supposed to do. I'll also say thank you to Zakele in his absentia, Lizima Tabani. Thank you so much, my colleague. I will say thank you to the hotel, the caterers. I'm sure your stomachs will be full this week. You must go and weigh yourselves and go to gym. Lastly but not least, me as COVID, and I'm not sitting with victims here. I'm sitting with survivors. I'm sitting with survivors. important. So you matter. Do not listen to others, what they say. Listen to your instincts and learn to do better. Don't look yourself down and say, hey, this happened to me, this is what it is, and I cannot move forward. We came here with a purpose. You went here having something to give you a skill. So please use the skill going forward to make your life even much more better. So that your perpetrator, when he sees you somewhere, he can even see you in the news on TV somewhere. He wouldn't know what he lost. You are such angels yourselves. So thank you so much for availing yourself to come here every day on time, having teas and having what. And you remember what I said to you in the kitchen yesterday. Well, you know, it's all nice and well we're eating, but tomorrow when they give certificates, you'll be crying. So that's, I think that's also motivated you guys to come and push forward, and which I'm very, very grateful for that. Thank you so much. I cannot say thank you enough. Thank you for this. The program is now finally closed. Warming up, warming up. Lastly but not least, my list will be giving you vouchers. The most vouchers that are liked in this room. So lunch will be served. Thank you.